Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. Outside the cottage windows, the rain has been falling softly for most of the evening. The sort of gentle, steady rain that makes the whole countryside feel wonderfully still. The lamps are glowing low tonight. The kettle has just begun to steam beside the stove, and the fire has settled into that warm, familiar crackling that belongs only to peaceful evenings like this.
And the cat's asleep by the hearth again.
She certainly chose the warmest spot in the cottage.
She usually does.
And honestly, I can't say I blame her tonight. So wherever you are this evening, whether you're already tucked beneath blankets or simply beginning to settle at the end of a long day, allow yourself to grow a little more comfortable now. There's no rush tonight. Nothing important left waiting for you. Only this quiet little hour and the story ahead of us.
And tonight, we have another quiet little story of our own to share with you.
A gentle tale hidden deep beneath the roots of an ancient forest, where tiny lanterns glow softly through winding underground pathways, and where very small people carry out very old duties in the quiet darkness below.
And at the center of tonight's story is Pip, who has been running rather late with the Western lanterns.
A sleepy little tale filled with glowing amber light, tangled roots, hidden rooms beneath the trees, and the sort of soft, wandering magic that belongs best to late evenings and tired minds.
So let the rain continue softly beyond the windows a while longer.
Let the warmth of the room grow a little heavier around you now, and when you're ready, we can begin. Pip was late lighting the Western lanterns again. Not very late. Only late enough for old Bramble to notice, which, unfortunately, old Bramble always did. Beneath the oldest trees, where the roots have grown so long and so tangled that they have made rooms of themselves, arched ceilings and curved walls, and floors worn smooth by centuries of small, careful feet. There are pathways, hundreds of them, thousands perhaps, though no one has ever counted them all, and no one has ever tried. They wind and branch and double back on themselves, like the thoughts you have just before sleep, the ones that feel important and then dissolve into something softer, something you cannot quite name. Along these pathways, at intervals of roughly 7 root lengths apart, hang the lanterns. They are small lanterns, most of them. Small enough that a human hand, if it could somehow reach down through the soil and the centuries and the quiet, might cup one entirely in its palm. They are made of things the forest offers freely, thin slices of amber that have been waiting in the earth since before anyone can remember, and glass that was once river sand, and wire twisted from fallen copper leaves, and tiny hinges no bigger than a moth's wing. Each one holds a flame that is not quite a flame, because it does not flicker in the wind, and it does not need feeding with oil or wax. It simply glows, steadily, warmly, the color of late afternoon in autumn, the color of the inside of a closed eye when the sun is shining. These lanterns have been here longer than the trees above them, and it is Pip's job, Pip's great and quiet and deeply satisfying job, to walk the paths each night and make sure every single one of them is still burning. Pip is a mouse, not a large mouse, even by mouse standards. Small-boned and neat, with fur the color of warm toast. Not the pale, barely there toast that has only been introduced to heat, but the real kind. The kind that has sat in the warmth long enough to turn golden and smell of something good. Pip's ears are round and slightly translucent at the edges, so that when a lantern is held close, you can see the light pass through them. Pink and warm as a seashell held up to a window. Pip's eyes are dark and bright and very calm, the way that deep water is calm, not empty, but full of something still and unhurried. Pip carries a satchel. It is a small satchel, stitched from the lining of an old acorn cap and a scrap of velvet that fell from somewhere long ago and was found at the base of an oak tree on a morning after rain. Inside the satchel, there are things that a lantern keeper needs. A tiny brush made from a single feather for clearing dust from the glass. A vial of something that smells like pine resin and warm honey for polishing the amber panels. A coil of the finest copper wire in case a hinge needs mending, and a small notebook, its pages made from pressed leaves, in which Pip records which lanterns have been tended and which still need attention. There is also, tucked into the very bottom corner of the satchel, a piece of dried apple. For later. Tonight, as every night, Pip begins at the first root. The first root is the root of the oldest oak in the forest, and it is so large that the tunnel it makes when it arches up from the earth and plunges back down again is tall enough for Pip to walk through without ducking. The bark on the inside of this tunnel is smooth and dark, worn by time and by the passage of many small creatures over many long years. And it smells of something ancient and good, of deep earth and old wood, and the particular sweetness that comes from a place that has been warm and sheltered for a very long time. Pip steps into the tunnel and pauses. This is always the first moment of the night, the moment of settling in, and Pip has learned not to rush it. The air inside the root tunnel is different from the air outside. Warmer, softer, carrying the faint mineral smell of soil and the green smell of moss, and something else, something harder to name, that might be the smell of the lanterns themselves. It is the smell of light, perhaps, of warmth that has been held in one place for a very long time. Above, through the layers of soil and root and leaf litter, Pip can hear the rain. It started sometime in the late afternoon, a soft and steady rain that has no intention of stopping anytime soon. It is the kind of rain that settles in for the night, that makes itself comfortable, that drums gently on the leaves and fills the small hollows in the bark and runs in thin silver threads down the sides of the trees. From down here, it sounds like something between music and breathing, a low, continuous sound that is not quite rhythm and not quite melody, but is deeply, profoundly soothing. It is the sound of the world being washed clean, the sound of everything being gently, patiently tended. Pip listens to it for a moment, standing just inside the entrance of the first root tunnel, one small paw resting against the smooth bark of the wall. Then, with a quiet breath, Pip begins to walk. The first lantern hangs at the first junction, where the main root tunnel branches into 3 smaller passages. It is one of the oldest lanterns on the path, older than Pip, older than Pip's mother, older perhaps than anyone now living can remember. Its amber panels have deepened over the years to a color that is almost red, almost orange, the color of embers in a fire that has been burning for a long time and has settled into itself. The light it casts is warm and low and very steady, and it makes the walls of the tunnel glow like the inside of a pumpkin. Pip takes out the small feather brush and dusts the glass panels carefully, working around the edges where dust tends to collect in the tiny grooves of the wire frame. The dust comes away in soft puffs, catching the light as it falls, each tiny particle glowing for a moment before settling on the floor of the tunnel. Pip watches this happen with the quiet pleasure of someone who has done this task many hundreds of times and has never once stopped finding it beautiful. The lantern, freshly dusted, seems to glow a little brighter. Pip makes a small mark in the notebook, a tiny check, neat and precise, and moves on. The left-hand passage slopes gently downward, following the angle of the root as it dips deeper into the earth. The floor here is covered in moss, a thick and springy moss that is very dark green in the lantern light, almost black at the edges where the light does not quite reach. Walking on it is like walking on something between velvet and cloud. There is a slight give to each step, a softness underfoot that makes the whole business of walking feel more like floating. Pip's footsteps make almost no sound at all, only the faintest whisper of movement, the softest possible suggestion of a small creature passing through. On either side of the passage, The roots have grown in ways that have made small shelves and alcoves in the walls. Some of these are empty. Some hold things that have been left there over the years. A smooth river stone, a dried flower, a tiny clay pot, no bigger than a thimble, its glaze the color of a winter sky. No one leaves these things deliberately, or rather, no one remembers leaving them. They simply appear, the way that certain things appear in old and well-loved places, accumulating quietly over time until they become part of the place itself. Pip passes them all with a small nod of acknowledgement, the way you might nod to familiar faces in a village you have lived in all your life. The second lantern is at the bottom of the slope, where the passage levels out and widens into something almost like a room. This is one of Pip's favorite places on the whole route. A natural chamber formed by the meeting of three great roots, their surfaces worn smooth and pale, their shapes curving overhead like the ribs of some enormous sleeping creature. The floor of the chamber is covered in the same dark moss, and in the center of it, hanging from a hook that was driven into the wood so long ago that the wood has grown around it and made it part of itself, is the second lantern. This lantern is larger than the first. Its panels are made of glass rather than amber, and the glass has a slight green tint to it, so the light it casts has a quality that is different from the warm orange glow of the first lantern. Cooler, softer, the color of light filtered through leaves. It makes the chamber feel like the inside of a forest, which is appropriate, Pip has always thought, given that it is, in a sense, exactly that. Pip dusts this lantern too, and polishes the glass panels with a small cloth dampened with the pine resin and honey mixture from the vial in the satchel. The smell of it fills the chamber, sweet and sharp and clean, like a forest after rain, which is also appropriate, because above them, the rain is still falling, still drumming its patient rhythm on the world above. While working, Pip hums. It is not a song exactly, more like the memory of a song, a tune that has been hummed so many times that it has lost its words and kept only its shape, the rise and fall of it, the way it moves through the air. It is a very old tune. Pip learned it from a grandmother, who learned it from her grandmother, and so on back through generations of lantern keepers, all of them walking these same paths, tending these same lights, humming this same wordless melody into the warm and quiet dark. The lantern seems to respond to it, or perhaps that is only the imagination. But the light does seem to pulse very slightly, very gently, in time with the humming. A slow, warm brightening and dimming, like a breath, like a heartbeat, like the rhythm of something deeply and contentedly alive. Beyond the chamber, the passage narrows again and begins to wind. This is the part of the route that Pip thinks of as the wandering way, because it does not go in any direction that can be easily described. It curves left, and then right, and then left again. And sometimes it slopes upward, and sometimes it dips down. And the roots that form its walls and ceiling are smaller here, more numerous, interlaced in patterns that are almost like weaving. Between them, in the gaps, you can see the dark earth. Not frightening dark, but the dark of something sleeping. The dark of a room with the curtains drawn and a fire burning low. The lanterns along the wandering way are smaller than the ones in the main passages. They hang from the interlaced roots at irregular intervals, some of them no bigger than a walnut. Their light so small and warm that each one seems less like a lantern and more like a thought. A single, quiet, glowing thought, held in place by wire and amber, and the patient work of whoever made it long ago. Pip tends each one in turn. There is something meditative about this part of the route. The narrowness of the passage, the closeness of the walls, the soft moss underfoot, the small, repeated task of dusting and polishing and checking. It all combines into something that feels less like work and more like a kind of moving stillness. Pip's mind quiets. The thoughts that were there at the beginning of the night, the small worries and wonderings that accumulate during the day, begin to settle. The way that sediment settles in a jar of water when you stop shaking it and simply let it rest. Above, the rain continues. It has settled into a deeper rhythm now, a slower pulse, the kind of rain that has been falling long enough to have forgotten that it was ever not falling. It fills the world above with a sound like breathing, like the slow and steady breathing of something very large and very peaceful. Pip listens to it as the wandering way winds on, and finds it deeply comforting. The knowledge that the rain is up there, doing its quiet work, washing the leaves and filling the streams and soaking into the earth. While down here, the lanterns burn on, warm and steady, untouched by any of it. The wandering way eventually opens into the first of the hidden villages. Pip always slows here, always takes a moment to simply stand at the entrance and look. The village is called Rootholm, and it has been here for a very long time. It is built into and around the base of a cluster of old beeches, their roots so large and so intertwined that they have created a natural architecture, walls and arches and overhangs and sheltered spaces that the inhabitants of Rootholm have over many generations shaped and furnished and made into homes. The houses are small, of course. Everything here is small, but they are beautifully made, with doors of polished wood and windows of thin sliced mica that lets the light through in a warm, slightly golden way, and roofs of layered bark and moss that are, in their own way, as elegant as any tiled roof in any human town. At this hour, Root Home is sleeping. Every window is dark. Every door is closed. The small paths between the houses are empty, the smooth-worn earth of them gleaming faintly in the light of the lanterns that line the main thoroughfare. Lanterns that Pip tends on every circuit, and which are, tonight, burning beautifully. Their warm light pooling on the ground and climbing the walls of the houses, and making the whole village look like something from a dream, which it is in a way. Or rather, it is the thing that makes dreams possible, because this is what the lanterns do. Not just light the paths, not just warm the tunnels, but something more than that. Something that is harder to explain. The light they cast seeps upward through the soil, through the roots, through the layers of earth and leaf and time, and it reaches the sleeping world above. It does not reach it as light, not as anything you could see or measure. It reaches it as something else, as warmth, perhaps, as a quality of the dark that makes it feel safe rather than empty, as the particular comfort of knowing, even in sleep, even in the deepest and most wordless part of sleep, that somewhere below you, something is burning steadily and will not go out. This is why the lanterns matter. This is why Pip walks the paths every night, in rain and in stillness, in the deep of winter and the warmth of summer, tending each small flame with the same careful attention, the same quiet devotion. Pip moves through Root Home slowly, checking each lantern along the thoroughfare. They are all burning well tonight, all except one, near the far end of the village, which has dimmed slightly, its light more amber than gold, its warmth a little less than it should be. Pip takes out the polishing cloth and works on the panels carefully, and after a few minutes, the lantern brightens again, its light steadying and warming until it matches the others. Pip makes a note in the notebook. Third lantern, east end of Root Home thoroughfare, dimming, tended. Watch. Beyond Root Home, the path descends again, following a long route that angles down toward the place where the underground stream runs. Pip can hear it before reaching it, a soft, continuous sound, lower than the rain above, more intimate, the sound of water moving over smooth stones in a space that has been shaped by water over a very long time. It is one of the most comforting sounds Pip knows. There is something about the constancy of it, the way it never stops, never varies, never hurries or slows. It simply flows, as it has always flowed, as it will always flow, indifferent to everything except the gentle pull of gravity and the shape of the stones beneath it. The stream runs through a passage that is wider than most of the tunnels on the route, its ceiling high enough that Pip can see it only dimly in the lantern light. A dark arch above, hung with the thin white threads of roots that have grown down toward the water. The stream itself is narrow, no wider than Pip is tall, and it runs in a channel worn smooth by centuries of flowing. The water is very clear and very cold, and in the lantern light, it catches the glow and throws it back in shifting patterns on the walls and ceiling. Moving light, living light, the only light on the whole route that is not still. Pip sits on the bank for a moment. This is allowed. This is, in fact, part of the route. Not officially, not written in any notebook, but understood. Every lantern keeper who has walked this path has sat here for a moment, at this spot, beside this stream. It is one of those things that becomes tradition, not because anyone decided it should be, but because it is simply the right thing to do. The stream asks for it in its quiet way. The place asks for it. Pip sits and listens. The water moves over the stones with a sound that is almost like whispering. Not words, not anything that could be translated, but the shape of words, the rhythm of them, the rise and fall of something that has been saying the same thing for a very long time and has no intention of stopping. Pip does not try to understand it. Understanding is not the point. The point is simply to be here, to be still, to let the sound of the water and the warmth of the lanterns and the distant rhythm of the rain above all settle into the same quiet place inside. After a while, it might be a few minutes, it might be longer. Time moves differently beside the stream. Pip stands, adjusts the satchel, and moves on. The path on the far side of the stream leads into a part of the underground world that Pip thinks of as the deep roots. The trees above this section are the oldest in the forest. Not the oldest in the way that can be measured by rings or height, but the oldest in the way that can only be felt. The way you feel the age of a place in the quality of its silence, in the particular weight of the air, in the sense that the ground beneath your feet has been walked on by so many feet over so many years that it has absorbed something of all of them. The roots here are enormous. Some of them are as wide as Pip is tall, their surfaces dark and deeply furrowed, their shapes twisted into forms that suggest, without quite being, faces and hands and the outlines of sleeping figures. Pip has walked past them hundreds of times, and still sometimes catches a glimpse of something in the corner of one eye. A curve that looks like a cheek, a hollow that looks like a closed eye, and feels a small, warm shiver of something that is not quite recognition and not quite wonder, but is somewhere between the two. The lanterns in the deep roots are different from the ones elsewhere on the route. They are older, for one thing, much older. Their amber panels so deep in color that they are almost brown. Their wire frames green with age. Their hooks grown into the wood so completely that they seem to have always been there, to have grown there, to be as much a part of the root as the bark itself. And the light they give is different too. Not brighter, not warmer exactly, but deeper, richer. The kind of light that seems to come from inside things rather than from outside them. The kind of light that makes everything it touches look as though it has a secret it is very happy to keep. Pip tends these lanterns with particular care. The brush moves slowly over the amber panels, clearing away the fine dust that accumulates even here, even in this still and sheltered place. The polishing cloth works in small circles, bringing up the warmth of the amber until it glows from within. Each lantern, tended, seems to settle into itself a little more deeply, to burn a little more steadily, to cast its light a little more generously into the surrounding dark. It is slow work and quiet work, and Pip loves it. It is somewhere in the middle of the deep roots section that Pip first notices something unusual. Not alarming, not frightening, only unusual. One of the lanterns is dark. Pip stops. This happens sometimes. Lanterns dim. Lanterns fade. Lanterns occasionally go out entirely and need to be relit with the small ember stone that Pip carries in the satchel for exactly this purpose. It is not common, but it is not unheard of. Pip has relit perhaps a dozen lanterns over the years, and each time it has been a simple matter. A few moments with the ember stone, a careful breath, and the flame catches again and burns as steadily as ever. But this lantern is not simply dim. It is completely dark, and the darkness around it has a quality that is different from ordinary darkness. Not threatening, not cold, but somehow more complete than it should be, as though the absence of light here is not just the absence of this one lantern, but the absence of something else as well, something harder to name. Pip approaches slowly, holding up the small lantern that hangs from the satchel strap. A personal lantern, much smaller than the path lanterns. Just enough light to work by. The dark lantern is intact. Its panels are unbroken. Its frame undamaged. Its hook still firmly in the wood. There is no obvious reason for it to have gone out. Pip examines it carefully, turning it gently on its hook, checking the panels and the frame and the small mechanism inside that holds the flame. Everything is as it should be. And yet, the flame is gone, as completely as though it had never been there. Pip takes out the ember stone and relights it. The flame catches immediately, blooming up inside the amber panels with a warmth and steadiness that suggests it has been waiting, only waiting, for someone to come and wake it. The light spreads out into the passage, and the unusual quality of the darkness retreats, and everything looks as it should look, warm and amber and deeply, quietly alive. Pip exhales slowly, and then, in the circle of light cast by the newly relit lantern, notices something on the floor of the passage. A feather. It is a small feather, not much longer than Pip's forearm, and it is very dark. Not black exactly, but the color of something that has absorbed a great deal of darkness over a long time. The color of deep water at night, of the sky between stars. It is a beautiful feather in its way. Its edges are very clean, its shaft very straight, and it lies on the moss floor of the passage with a kind of deliberateness, as though it has been placed there rather than fallen. Pip picks it up carefully and turns it in the lantern light. It is unlike any feather Pip has seen before. The birds of the forest above, the owls and the nightjars, and the small brown birds that sleep in the hedgerows, none of them have feathers quite like this. This feather seems to belong to something else, something that Pip cannot immediately place, something that lives, perhaps, in a part of the forest that Pip has not yet visited, or perhaps in a part of the world that is further away than that. It is not frightening. It is only interesting. Quietly, gently interesting. The way that a new door in a familiar house is interesting, or a path you have never noticed before in a wood you thought you knew. Pip tucks the feather carefully into the satchel beside the piece of dried apple and makes a note in the notebook. Lantern 17. Deep roots. East passage. Extinguished. No visible damage. Relit. Dark feather found on floor nearby. Unknown origin. Note for further attention. Then Pip moves on. The path beyond the dark lantern winds upward for a while, following a route that angles toward the surface. And as it rises, the air changes, becomes slightly cooler, slightly fresher, carrying more of the rain smell from above. The moss on the walls thins out and is replaced by something paler, a lichen that grows in flat, circular patches and glows very faintly in the lantern light. A cool blue-white that is quite different from the warm amber of the lanterns, and makes the passage look, for a stretch, like the inside of something underwater. Pip finds this section of the route particularly beautiful. The lichen light and the lantern light mix in ways that are always slightly different, always slightly surprising. Sometimes the amber wins, and the passage glows warm and golden. And sometimes the lichen light is stronger, and everything takes on that cool underwater quality. And sometimes they are perfectly balanced, and the light is something that has no name, something between warm and cool, between amber and blue, between the light of fire and the light of the moon. Tonight, with the rain above and the particular quality of the air, the lichen light is stronger than usual. The passage glows softly blue-white, and the lanterns along it seem to burn more warmly by contrast, their amber light richer and deeper against the cool background. Pip walks slowly, looking at it all, feeling the particular pleasure of a familiar thing seen in a slightly new way. At the top of the rise, the passage opens into a small chamber that Pip thinks of as the listening room, because of what you can hear there. The listening room is directly beneath a place where several large roots converge, and the convergence has created a natural acoustic space, a dome of wood and earth that collects sounds from above and channels them downward in a way that makes them clearer and more present than they are anywhere else on the route. Standing in the listening room, you can hear the forest above with a clarity that is almost startling. Tonight, Pip stands in the center of the room and listens. The rain first, always the rain. Tonight, its steady drumming on the leaves and the bark and the surface of the earth, its patient and unhurried rhythm. But beneath the rain, other sounds. The creak of a branch somewhere above, moving in a wind that is too gentle to be felt down here. The distant, very faint sound of an owl. Not a call exactly, more like the sound of wings, the soft percussion of feathers against air. And further away still, so faint that it might be imagination, the sound of bells. Pip tilts both round ears toward the sound. Yes, bells. Very distant, very soft. The kind of sound that is more felt than heard. A vibration in the air that resolves, if you are very still and very attentive, into something with pitch and rhythm. 3 notes repeated. A pattern that Pip knows. It is the bell of the candle workshop, which is on the far side of the forest, in the part of the underground world that Pip does not reach until much later in the night. The candle workshop rings its bell at the 3rd hour, when the night is deepest and the work is at its most intense. The sound of it, reaching Pip here in the listening room, means that the night is going well, that the work is proceeding as it should, that somewhere on the other side of the forest, other small and careful hands are doing their own quiet work. Pip listens until the bells fade, then moves on. The path from the listening room descends again, steeply this time, following a route that plunges almost straight down before leveling out in a passage that runs roughly parallel to the underground stream, though further from it, close enough to hear it, faintly, but not close enough to see it. The sound of the water is a constant companion along this stretch, a soft and steady undercurrent beneath the silence of the passage. And Pip finds it comforting in the way that all constant things are comforting, the way that the sound of rain is comforting, or the sound of breathing, or the sound of a fire that has been burning long enough to have settled into a steady, unhurried rhythm. This section of the route passes through a part of the underground world that is less traveled than the main paths, a network of smaller passages that branch off from the main route and lead to places that are not on Pip's regular circuit, but that Pip knows, at least by reputation. There is a passage to the left that leads eventually to the Amber Caves, where the oldest lanterns of all are kept. Lanterns that have been burning since before the forest was a forest, since before the trees were trees, since before anyone now living can remember. Pip has been to the Amber Caves only once, as a very young mouse, and the memory of it is still vivid. The warmth, the depth of the light, the sense of being in the presence of something very old and very patient and very, very good. There is a passage to the right that leads to the seed vault, where the forest keeps its memories. Not seeds exactly, though there are seeds there too, but other things, smaller things, the kind of things that a forest accumulates over centuries and does not want to lose. Pip has never been to the seed vault. It is not on the route, and the lanterns there are tended by someone else, someone Pip has never met, but whose work Pip has heard about. Careful work, patient work, the work of someone who understands that some things need to be kept in the dark in order to stay alive. Pip passes both passages with a glance and moves on. The second village on the route is called Mosswick, and it is quite different from Rootholm, where Rootholm is built into the roots of beeches, pale wood, smooth surfaces, a certain elegance. Mosswick is built into the roots of oaks, and the oak roots are darker and more gnarled, their surfaces deeply textured, their shapes more dramatic and more various. The houses of Mosswick have grown into and around these shapes rather than imposing on them, so that each house is slightly different from every other, shaped by the particular root it inhabits. And the overall effect is of a village that has not been built so much as grown, that has emerged from the wood and the earth the way that mushrooms emerge, or flowers, following the logic of the place rather than the logic of a plan. Mosswick is also sleeping, of course. It is deep in the night now, and the village is as quiet as a held breath. But there is a light in one window, a single window, in a house near the center of the village, where the roots are thickest and the ceiling of the passage is highest. The light is warm and yellow, the light of a candle rather than a lantern, and it flickers slightly in a way that the path lanterns never do. Pip pauses. Someone is awake in Mosswick. This is not unusual. There are always a few souls in any village who keep late hours. The worriers, the dreamers, the ones who find the night more comfortable than the day, who do their best thinking in the small hours when the world is quiet and the pressure of other people's wakefulness has lifted. Pip does not know who lives in this particular house, but feels a small warmth of fellow feeling toward them. Whoever they are awake in the deep of the night, keeping their own kind of vigil, tending their own small flame. Pip moves through Mosswick quietly, checking the lanterns along the village paths. They are all burning well, all of them, every single one. Their light warm and steady and generous. Pip tends them anyway, dusting and polishing with the same care as always. Because tending is not only about fixing what is broken, it is also about paying attention, about being present, about saying, in the only language that lanterns understand, that you see them, that you are glad they are burning, that their light matters. Near the edge of the village, where the path narrows again and the roots close in, Pip pauses once more. There is a smell here that is different from the usual smell of the passage. Not unpleasant, not alarming, but different. It is a cool smell, a dark smell, the smell of something that has been in a place where there is no light for a long time. It is faint, barely there, and it is gone almost as soon as Pip notices it, replaced by the familiar smell of moss and earth and warm amber. But it lingers in the memory. Pip thinks of the dark feather in the satchel and makes a note in the notebook. Mosswick, east exit. Unusual smell. Cool, dark, brief. No visible cause. Note: beyond Mosswick, the path winds through a section that Pip thinks of as the garden, though it is not a garden in any conventional sense. It is a stretch of passage where the roots have grown in ways that have created a series of small, sheltered spaces. Not quite rooms, not quite alcoves, but something between the two. And in these spaces, over many years, things have grown. Mosses, of course, in every shade of green, from pale yellow-green to deep blue-green, to a green so dark it is almost black. Ferns, small and delicate, their fronds curling at the tips in the particular way of ferns that have never seen direct sunlight. tiny flowers, pale and luminous, that bloom only in the dark and have no names that Pip knows of, only the names that Pip has given them privately. The pale ones, the night bells, the small lights. The small lights are Pip's favorites. They are not actually lights. They do not glow, not exactly. But they have a quality of luminosity that makes them seem to hold the light of the lanterns inside them, to absorb it and give it back slowly, so that even in the spaces between lanterns, where the light is dimmest, the small lights seem to shine. They grow in clusters, low to the ground, their petals so thin that they are almost transparent. And they smell of something that Pip has never been able to identify. Something sweet and cool and very faint, like the memory of a smell, rather than the smell itself. Pip stops in the garden for a while. This is also allowed. This is also, in its way, part of the route. Not the tending of lanterns, but the tending of attention, the practice of noticing, which is its own kind of work. Pip crouches beside a cluster of small lights and looks at them closely, at the way the lantern light moves through their petals, at the tiny, perfect architecture of each flower, at the way they lean very slightly toward the nearest lantern, the way all growing things lean toward warmth and light. Above, the rain continues. It has been raining for hours now, and the sound of it has become so familiar that it is almost not a sound anymore. It has become part of the texture of the night, part of the background against which everything else happens. But Pip is still aware of it, still finds comfort in it, still feels the particular pleasure of being warm and sheltered while the rain does its work above. After a while, Pip stands and moves on. The candle workshop is on the far side of the forest, as Pip said, and reaching it requires passing through the longest and most winding section of the route, a stretch of passage that follows the course of a very old route for what feels like a great distance, though distances underground are difficult to judge. The route winds and branches and doubles back on itself, and the passage follows it faithfully, so that the journey feels less like walking in a straight line and more like following a thought, one that keeps finding new directions, new possibilities, new small wonders to pause over. The lanterns along this stretch are smaller and more numerous than elsewhere on the route. They hang at shorter intervals, their light overlapping and combining in ways that make the passage feel very warm and very full of light, almost like walking through something liquid, something golden. The walls here are covered in a fine pale moss that catches the light and holds it, so that even the surfaces that are not directly lit seem to glow softly. And the whole passage has a quality of warmth that is almost physical. you can feel it, not just see it. A warmth that seems to come from everywhere at once, from the walls and the floor and the air itself. Pip walks slowly through this section, savoring it. There is a particular lantern here, the 43rd on the route by Pip's count, that has always been Pip's favorite. It is not the largest, or the oldest, or the most beautiful, but it hangs at a slight angle, tilted perhaps 5 degrees from vertical. And this tilt means that the light it casts falls in a slightly different direction from all the others, illuminating a section of wall that would otherwise be in shadow. And on that section of wall, the moss has grown in a pattern that looks, if you are in the right frame of mind, if you are walking slowly and paying attention, like a map. Not a map of any place that Pip can identify, but a map of something, with what might be paths, and what might be rivers, and what might be the outlines of hills, or roots, or the shapes of sleeping things. Pip has looked at this map many times and has never been able to decide what it shows. But it is always interesting to look at, always slightly different, depending on the angle of the light and the state of the moss and the particular quality of attention that Pip brings to it on any given night. Tonight, the map looks different again. There is a section of it, toward what might be the center, or might be the east, it is hard to say, where the moss has grown more thickly than before, or perhaps where the light is falling differently, and the pattern there suggests something new. A passage, perhaps, that was not there before, or a room, or simply a different way of reading what was always there. Pip looks at it for a long time, tilting one ear and then the other, the way that helps sometimes when you are trying to understand something that is not quite making sense. Then, with a small, satisfied feeling of having noticed something without needing to understand it, Pip moves on. The candle workshop announces itself before it comes into view. First, the smell. Warm wax and something herbal, something that might be lavender, or might be something that has no name in the world above. Something that grows only in the deep places and smells of warmth and sleep, and the particular sweetness of things that are made with care. Then the sound, a soft, rhythmic sound, the sound of small tools working, of something being shaped and smoothed and made. And then, finally, the light. A light that is different from the lantern light, warmer and more varied. The light of many candles burning at once, each one slightly different in color and intensity, so that the whole effect is of something alive and breathing. A light that moves and shifts and changes even as it remains overall steady and warm. The candle workshop is built into the base of the largest route on the entire route. A route so enormous that the workshop occupies only a small portion of the space it creates, the rest being given over to storage and to the long, slow processes that candle making requires. The door is open, as it always is at this hour, and through it, Pip can see the workshop in full operation. There are 3 mice working tonight. Pip knows them all. There is old Bramble, who has been making candles in this workshop for longer than anyone can remember, whose paws are permanently stained with wax, and whose fur smells always of beeswax and lavender, and the particular herbal mixture that goes into the special candles, the ones that are not for light, but for something else, something that Pip has never quite been able to articulate, but that has to do with the quality of sleep, with the texture of dreams, with the particular warmth that a sleeping person feels when everything is right, and the night is doing what the night is supposed to do. There is Sorrel, who is Bramble's apprentice, and who has been an apprentice for what seems like a very long time, but who is, Pip knows, still learning things that cannot be hurried. The particular temperature at which wax becomes workable without losing its quality. The exact proportion of herbs that gives the special candles their particular effect. The way to read the flame of a finished candle to know whether it has been made correctly. And there is a third mouse, one that Pip does not recognize. This is unusual. The candle workshop is not a place that strangers visit. Not at this hour. Not in the middle of the night's work. Pip pauses in the doorway and looks more carefully. The third mouse is small. Smaller than Sorrel. Smaller even than Pip. And very still. Sitting at the far end of the workbench, with both paws folded in its lap, watching Bramble work, with an expression of complete and absorbed attention. Its fur is a color that Pip cannot quite determine in the candlelight, somewhere between gray and brown, with a quality of depth to it, as though the color goes further in than fur usually does. Its eyes, when it turns briefly toward the door, are very bright and very calm. Bramble looks up and sees Pip. "Ah," says Bramble, in the low, unhurried voice that is Bramble's natural register. A voice that seems to have been shaped by years of working in warm, quiet spaces. "The lantern keeper. Come in, come in." Pip steps inside. The warmth of the workshop is immediate and enveloping. A warmth that is different from the warmth of the lantern passages. More complex, layered with the smells of wax and herbs, and the particular smell of work being done well. The workbench runs the length of one wall, covered in the organized clutter of the craft, molds and wicks, and small pots of wax in various states of readiness. Bundles of dried herbs tied with thread. A row of finished candles standing in a rack. their surfaces smooth and pale, waiting. "This is Wren," says Bramble, nodding toward the small, still mouse at the end of the bench. "Come from the eastern paths, visiting." Wren nods, a small and precise nod, and says nothing. "The eastern paths," Pip says, settling onto a low stool near the door. "I've never been that far." "No," says Bramble, returning to the work. A slow, careful pouring of wax into a mold. The wax moving in a thin, steady stream, catching the candlelight as it falls. "Not many have. The paths go a long way east, further than most people know." Pip thinks of the dark feather in the satchel, and of the extinguished lantern in the deep roots, and of the unusual smell near the edge of Mosswick, and thinks, without quite deciding to think it, that the eastern paths might be relevant to all of these things. But it is not the moment to ask. It is the middle of the night, and the work is proceeding. And Wren is watching Bramble with that expression of complete attention. And the candles are being made, and the warmth of the workshop is very good. Pip takes out the piece of dried apple from the satchel and eats it slowly, listening to the sounds of the workshop. The soft pour of wax, the small adjustments of tools, the distant bells that ring again briefly, marking the deepening of the night. After a while, Pip says, "Have you noticed anything unusual on the paths?" Bramble is quiet for a moment, finishing the pour, setting down the small pot with care. "One or two things," Bramble says at last. "A lantern out near the deep roots. Sorrel found it last week." "I found it tonight," Pip says. "Relit it. There was a feather." Bramble nods slowly, as though this is not surprising. As though it is, in fact, something that has been expected. "Dark feather?" Bramble asks. "Yes." Another slow nod. Wren might know something about that. Pip looks at Wren, who is still sitting very still at the end of the bench, but who is now looking at Pip with those bright, calm eyes. "The eastern paths have been having the same thing," Wren says. The voice is quiet and precise, like the nod. "Lanterns going out, dark feathers. We don't know what it means yet, but it doesn't feel—" A small pause, a careful choosing of words. "It doesn't feel like something bad. It feels like something new." Pip considers this. Something new. In a world that has been the same for a very long time, something new is not necessarily alarming. It is only new, requiring attention, requiring the same careful, patient noticing that the lanterns themselves require. "I'll keep watching," Pip says. "Yes," says Wren. "So will we." Pip leaves the candle workshop sometime later. It is hard to say exactly when, because time in the workshop moves differently, shaped by the rhythm of the work rather than by any clock, and steps back into the passage with the warmth of the workshop still clinging, the smell of wax and herbs still present in the fur. The passage outside is very quiet. The rain above has softened further, settling into something barely there. A whisper of rain, a suggestion of rain. The kind of rain that is more mist than water, that hangs in the air rather than falling through it. Pip can hear it only faintly now, a soft and barely there sound that is almost indistinguishable from silence, almost indistinguishable from the sound of the world simply breathing. The lanterns along the passage burn steadily. Pip walks on. The return route is different from the outward route. Not entirely different, not a completely different path, but a different way of walking the same path. On the outward journey, Pip is alert, attentive, looking for problems, checking each lantern with the focused attention of someone doing a job. On the return journey, the job is mostly done. The notebook mostly full. The satchel mostly empty of its supplies. And the walking becomes something else. Something more like wandering. More like simply being in the place. More like the kind of movement that is not going anywhere in particular, but is simply the expression of being alive and present and glad of it. Pip wanders back through the garden, pausing again at the small lights, which seem, if anything, to glow more softly now than they did earlier. A softer, more inward light, as though they are beginning to dream. Pip wanders back through the long, winding passage with the 43rd lantern and looks again at the moss map on the wall and thinks again about the section that looks new. The passage or room, or simply the different way of reading what was always there. Pip wanders back through Mosswick, which is entirely dark now. Even the single lit window has gone dark. Its occupant finally surrendered to sleep. And through the passage beyond it, where the unusual smell has entirely dissipated, leaving only the familiar smell of moss and earth and warm amber. Pip wanders back along the stream and sits again for a moment on the bank, listening to the water, which is saying the same thing it always says, in the same patient and unhurried way. And then, slowly, the route winds back toward the first route, toward the beginning, toward the place where the night started. There is one more thing to do before the night is over. At the very end of the route, just before the first route tunnel opens back into the world above, there is a lantern that is different from all the others. It is not the oldest, not the largest, not the most beautiful, but it hangs at the exact point where the underground world meets the surface world, where the root, after its long journey through the earth, finally breaks through the soil and into the air. And because of this, it occupies a particular position. It is the lantern that is closest to the sleeping world above, the lantern whose light, more than any other, seeps upward through the thin layer of soil and leaf litter and reaches the surface. This lantern is called, in the old language of the lantern keepers, the threshold light. Pip tends it last, always, and tends it with particular care. Tonight, the threshold light is burning beautifully, its amber panels glowing with a warmth and depth that seems, in this moment, to contain everything that the night has been. The warmth of the candle workshop, the sound of the stream, the soft glow of the small lights, the distant bells, the rain above, now barely there, now almost silence, the dark feather in the satchel, and the quiet mystery of it, and the sense that the mystery is not frightening, but only interesting, only new, only the beginning of something that will unfold slowly and gently and in its own time. Pip polishes the threshold light with particular care, working slowly around each amber panel, bringing up the warmth of the color until it glows from within. The light it casts fills the end of the tunnel, warm and golden, and Pip stands in it for a moment, with both eyes closed, feeling it on the fur, feeling the warmth of it, the steadiness of it. Above, through the thin layer of soil, the world is sleeping. In houses and burrows and nests and dens, in beds and hollows and warm, sheltered places, the sleeping world is dreaming. And the light of the threshold light is up there with them, not as light, not as anything they can see or name, but as warmth, as safety, as the particular quality of the dark that makes it feel like rest rather than absence. As the knowledge, held somewhere below the level of words, below the level of thought, that something is burning steadily below them and will not go out. Pip makes the last note in the notebook. Threshold light, burning well, all lanterns tended. One relit, deep roots, east passage, lantern 17. Dark feather collected. Unusual smell noted near Mosswick east exit. Wren of the eastern paths reports similar occurrences. Nothing alarming. Something new. To be continued. Then Pip closes the notebook, tucks it into the satchel, and stands for a moment longer in the warm light of the threshold light, listening to the last whisper of the rain above, and the distant sound of the stream, and the very faint, very far away sound of the candle workshop bells ringing once more in the deep of the night. The night is not over. There are still hours before the dawn, still hours before the world above begins to stir and the sleeping things begin to wake. The lanterns will burn on through all of it, steady and warm and patient, doing their quiet work in the dark. And tomorrow night, and the night after that, and all the nights that follow, Pip will walk the paths again, will dust and polish and check and tend. We'll sit beside the stream and listen to the water. We'll pause in the garden among the small lights. We'll stop at the 43rd lantern and look at the moss map on the wall. And somewhere in all of that, the mystery of the dark feathers will continue to unfold. Slowly, gently, in the way that all the best mysteries unfold. Not with urgency, not with alarm, but with the patient accumulation of small details, small noticing, small moments of understanding that come together eventually into something larger. There are more extinguished lanterns to find, perhaps. More feathers. More conversations in warm workshops in the deep of the night. And somewhere, on the eastern paths that Pip has never traveled, there is something new. Something that Wren knows about. Something that is making its way westward through the underground world, following the lantern paths, leaving its dark and beautiful feathers behind it. But that is for another night. Tonight, the work is done. Pip settles into the small sleeping space at the base of the first root, a hollow in the wood, lined with moss and the softest dried grasses, just large enough for one small mouse to curl into completely. The satchel is hung on its hook. The notebook is set on its shelf. The dark feather is placed carefully on the small ledge above the sleeping space, where it catches the light of the nearest lantern and seems, in that warm amber glow, to be not dark at all, but simply deep. Deep as water, deep as the earth, deep as the particular quality of the night when everything is quiet and everything is well. Pip curls into the hollow. The moss is soft. The air is warm. The lanterns burn on in the passages beyond, their light steady and amber and very, very good. Above, the rain has softened to almost nothing. A breath of moisture in the air. A memory of rain. The world still damp and clean and smelling of everything that rain brings with it. The stream murmurs somewhere in the distance, saying its patient and unhurried thing. The forest above is sleeping. All of it. Every tree and root and creature and stone. Sleeping in the deep and comfortable dark. And the lanterns burn. They burn in the root tunnels and the mossy passages and the hidden villages and the long winding ways of the deep roots. They burn in the garden, among the small lights, and beside the stream, and at the junction where the wandering way begins. They burn in Rootholm and Mosswick, and all the other villages that Pip has not yet visited tonight, tended by other lantern keepers, walking their own routes, doing their own quiet work. They burn at the threshold, where the underground world meets the surface, where their light seeps upward through the soil and reaches the sleeping world above. They burn, and the sleeping world dreams. And Pip, curled in the moss-lined hollow at the base of the first root, with the dark feather on the ledge above, and the notebook on its shelf, and the satchel on its hook, breathes slowly in and slowly out, and listens to the last whisper of the rain, and feels the warmth of the nearest lantern on one small, round, translucent ear, and sleeps. The lantern paths go on for a very long way, further than Pip has yet traveled, further than the eastern paths that Wren spoke of, further than the amber caves, further than the seed vault, further than any map that has yet been made. And somewhere along those paths, in the deep and warm and amber-lit dark, something is moving slowly westward, leaving dark feathers in its wake. But that is a story for another night. For now, the lanterns burn. For now, everything is well.